You can almost feel the atmosphere building to a crescendo. Hello and welcome. Absolutely ideal weather for football here in Manchester at the Etihad. My name is Derek Ray, and sitting alongside me in the commentary position is the former Arsenal and West Ham midfield player Stuart Robson. I'm very much looking forward to bringing you action from the Premier League. It is Manchester City, and they take on Arsenal.
Well, thanks, Derek. The best coach I played under would always tell us before kick-off, earn the right to play. If you can win your individual battles, outrun your opponent, eventually you'll get the space to show your ability. I'm sure that's being echoed by the coaches here today.
And here's the Manchester City lineup. Ederson stands between the posts. Ruben Dias plays alongside Joško Gvardiol in central defence. Mateo Kovacic starts alongside İlkay Gündoğan in central midfield. And in this tactical setup, they have just the one player in attack. And a look at the starting lineup for Arsenal. Bukayo Saka plays with Gabriel Martinelli on the flanks. And they line up with just the one striker looking to do a bit of damage. Crossing opportunity. And still they wait for the chance. That was going in. Gabriel Martinelli. Just cutting off the supply. Well, you never quite know who's going to dominate a game in advance, but I think you can maybe make an argument for this fellow, Stuart. What do you think we'll see from him today?
Well, whenever the ball drops to him in the box, you expect him to score. He's such a good finisher and a good all-round player.
Declan Rice. Gabriel Martinelli. Rice with it. Moving the ball really well here. Rice. Takes the shot. Oh, what a magical save it was. Trying to pick out a teammate. There is left a bit to be desired. Ødegaard. And he struck the post. And the move breaks down.
Well, Arsenal was so close to taking the lead, but if they keep making chances and play as they are doing, it's surely only a matter of time before they do so.
Martin Ødegaard. Jurriën Timber. Partey. Passing it around, looking for the goal that would put them ahead. And a goal! Now they've broken through. 1-0 here. Omar Marmoush. It's with Gündoğan. Marmoush. Gvardiol. Here's Kovacic. Omar Marmoush. Kovacic lost it. Really fine piece of defending play to break us up. Oh, this looks useful. Arsenal doing well to regain possession. Partey. Marmoush. Nicely timed tackle. Timber. And here's Saliba. Gabriel Martinelli. And he read it well defensively. De Bruyne. And tidy defensive play. William Saliba. Urian Timber. Trossard. It does appear to be opening up on the flank for Arsenal here. Ødegaard. Oh, that's a super piece of defending. Very effective pass. It did look on for them, but not to be. De Bruyne. Incision with the pass from Kevin De Bruyne. And the keeper throws himself at the ball. Put in by De Bruyne. That's really sound goalkeeping, not letting the opposition have any scraps. Declan Rice. It's with Ødegaard. Trossard. Trossard. Can they convert? And it's gone in for Arsenal. Will they be stopped from this position? Kevin De Bruyne. And so the half-time. So the ball moving. The pendulum has already swung Arsenal's way in this game. Will we see more of the same in the second half? Bukayo Saka. It's with Ødegaard. Kivior. Rice with it. Martin Ødegaard. An encouraging Arsenal move. But really sticking to their task defensively. Gundogan. Doku. It's with Gundogan. Kevin De Bruyne. Doku. Was an ambitious pass. Didn't quite execute it properly. Well, his throw-in radar was a bit off. Timber. It's with Ødegaard. Gabriel Martinelli. Trossard. And promising stuff from Arsenal. But quick thinking defensively. De Bruyne. Oh, he's gone for goal. Well, actually pretty easy for the goalkeeper in the end. Declan Rice. Trossard. And now having a go. And that's gone out of play for what will be a goal kick. 30 minutes to go then.
Can John stop? What's John stop? Please make your way to the ticket office. You have your life's ticket. Thank you.
And unfortunately for him, he had worked his way into an offside position.
And I think everybody in the ground could see that was always going to be offside.
Sound piece of goalkeeping. Declan Rice. Bukayo Saka. Well, timed his challenge magnificently. Now, options are plenty. City move it forward with purpose. Takes on the shot. Oh, what an astonishing goal! Almost from a different postal code. That was as clean as a whistle. You cannot strike them any better than that. Partey. Rice with it. Gabriel Martinelli. Partey. And can they prise them open now? Martin Ødegaard. Perfect challenge.
Well, these City fans are demanding more from their team. They need to find a goal from somewhere.
It's Arsenal's turn now. And nicely struck. Thomas Partey. Bukayo Saka. Just the challenge that was required. Partey. Space and time for Arsenal. Now the quick counter-attack could be on. Given away by İlkay Gündoğan. Martinelli. Bukayo Saka. And there it is, a penalty given and a chance perhaps for them to finish this off. And this could finish it off. A goal! Calmly taken spot kick. De Bruyne. Mateo Kovacic. Gvardiol. De Bruyne now. Gündoğan. Here's Kovacic. Well, not far away from full time now, and Manchester City, we know, can play an awful lot better than this.
Well, there are two main reasons why they're losing this game. Firstly, they've not shown enough desire to close the opposition down. And secondly, they haven't defended their box well enough. It's been a poor defensive display.
Mateo Kovacic. Marmoush. Not a promising looking attack, but comes to nothing in the end. And 1 minute of stoppage time has been added on. Significant acreage for City to run into. But the danger averted for now. And now it is official. Well, what a game we have in store for you today. The hype has been building all week and we're just moments away from kick-off time. Stay tuned for the live action. Hello and welcome, and I must say the weather couldn't be any better. It's a very pleasant night for football here at the Etihad Stadium. I'm your match commentator, Derek Ray, and ready to provide expert analysis. Alongside me is Stuart Robson. And looking forward to bringing you action from the Premier League coming right up. It is Manchester City up against Newcastle United.
Thanks, Derek. Well, both managers will be reminding their players of starting the game quickly, hitting the opposition back, playing the ball forward and regaining possession as quickly as possible. Hopefully we get a really good game here.
And a look at the starting 11 for Manchester City. Ederson is the goalkeeper. Joško Gvardiol starts alongside Ruben Dias in central defence. İlkay Gündoğan plays with Mateo Kovacic in the centre of midfield. And they line up with just the one striker looking to do a bit of damage. So the starting 11 for Newcastle United. Nick Pope gets the nod between the posts. Bruno Guimaraes plays alongside Sandro Tonali in central midfield. And the attack is led today by Alexander Isak. De Bruyne. It's with Gündoğan. Mateo Kovacic. Long way out. Keeper did his job to begin with. Terrific block. Oh, wonderful bit of skill. And they could do damage. In it goes! An early opening statement in this match. And look at the celebrations. And it's with Isak. Not too fussy in clearing his lines. Kevin De Bruyne. Here's Kovacic. De Bruyne. Mateo Kovacic. Not the pass he had in mind. And the ball with De Bruyne. And he's making progress. Well, it came to nothing in the end. Livramento. It's with Joelinton. Tremendous challenge. Omar Marmoush. Will they get themselves level here? City down by a goal and in need of inspiration from the corner. And efficient defending. Harvey Barnes. Well, very effective play in possession. Tremendously strong in the tackle.
Well, as you can hear, the fans think that should have been a penalty, but I'm not convinced.
Now a potentially dangerous position for City, but timely defending when it mattered. And I think, unfortunately for him, the less said about that attempt, the better.
Well, he had a lot of options there, but he's chosen the wrong one. That was a poor effort.
There to take it away. Oh, yes, what a pass. And the flag raised. Offside it is. Really good challenge. Barnes. It's with Joelinton. And Newcastle pushing forward with options available. And a fine cross. Well, he has the measure of his man. And a goal! They're going to take some stopping now. Two in front here. Gvardiol. Well, as we move towards the half-time interval, a bit of heavy lifting for City to do in this one. Stuart, they can play so much better than this.
I have to say, Derek, they haven't played well. They've been slow in possession, they've been poor defensively, and they've lacked a cutting edge. They need to perform much better than this.
Mateo Kovacic. De Bruyne now. He read the situation defensively and did his job. Attacking possibilities on the flank for City here. Not to be, and still chasing this game.
Well, that was the chance to get back into this. As it is, they're going to struggle now.
Oh, what a top-notch pass. And defensive play to be applauded. The ball played over the top for İlkay Gündoğan. De Bruyne. And so the first 45 minutes. So the second half underway, and City left with a real mountain to climb. O'Reilly. Here's Kovacic. Nunes. Jeremy Doku. It's with Gündoğan. Doku. Well, it's a tall order as they try to pull one back, but their passing game might help. Mateus Nunes. De Bruyne now. Deserves credit for winning the ball back. Isak. And a play for a Manchester City throw. Tremendous intuition to win it back. Well, trying to probe, but not succeeding. Can they get in behind them? He'll take this on. Well, he was a long way from goal, but that didn't seem to bother him.
Well, he won't strike a football much better than that. That certainly had the keeper worried.
Byrne. Trippier. Nice ball to switch the point of attack. And intercepted it. "30 minutes left for play. Isak. Nicely timed tackle. Wasteful again in possession. Oh, that's an interesting pass. Speculative effort. Well, he's bound to be disappointed with himself. Not a great effort, Stuart.
Well, the less said about that, the better. Not a good decision from him.
Nice looking pass. Newcastle come away with it. Harvey Barnes. Decent looking pass. It's still alive. Corner conceded, an unfussy clearance. Trying to deliver it accurately. That's strong goalkeeping after the corner had been delivered. Mateus Nunes. Really fine piece of defending play to break it up. Murphy. Couldn't hang on to it, Newcastle. Good ball to switch the play. Has eyes for goal! Couldn't put it away, and they're still trailing by a couple of goals.
Well, you certainly can't fault their effort, but they just can't get back into this game, can they?
An effective challenge.
It's Phil Jones, that's Phil Jones. Please contact your nearest steward. Thank you.
Isaac. Well, it would have taken perfect technique from that sort of range, and that was less than perfect.
Not a good decision from him. That's a waste of possession there.
Oh, tremendous vision. And the goalkeeper doing what he's paid to do. Oh dear. Well, that's not one that's going to linger long in the memory.
Well, he had a go there. Nothing wrong with that, but he's got that all wrong.
Promising possession, this. Manchester City have lost the ball. Now the counter-attack looks on. And just like that, the counter-attack comes to an end. Good weight on that pass. Well, a struggle to get it away properly. It was an attack of promise, but they couldn't take advantage of the situation. And space to cross it. Well, trying to direct a volley on target is never easy, but that wasn't great, was it?
Well, not the connection he was looking for. It's well wide in the end.
Out of play, City throw. Oh, fine stop. Kevin De Bruyne with the corner. And keeping it out. Well, behind for another corner. And the corner far too close to the goalkeeper. Byrne. 5 minutes to go. That's a good ball. Chance to cross. Well, not cleared away completely. He's got to have a go here. Well, I'll tell you what, surprising everyone by taking on the shot from that range.
Yeah, that was certainly a good effort from that sort of distance. Really struck it cleanly.
Read it well. Well, taking into account all the stoppages, 2 minutes to be added on. And Gundogan untidy with the ball at his feet. And there's the final whistle, the big headline. No matter who's at home and who's away, this is a game. Hello and welcome, and I must say the weather couldn't be any better. It's a very pleasant night for football here at the Etihad Stadium. I'm Derek Ray, positioned here on the commentary gantry, and alongside me at the microphone is Stuart Robson. I'm looking forward to bringing you action from the Premier League coming right up. It is Manchester City taking on Chelsea.
Well, we've got everything needed for a good game here. Two motivated teams, a vibrant atmosphere and some very good players. Let's hope we're not disappointed.
And so the starting 11 for Manchester City. Ederson between the posts. Ruben Dias plays alongside Joško Gvardiol in central defence. Bernardo Silva plays with Mateo Kovacic in the centre of midfield. And the main threat in attack today should be Erling Haaland. This is how the visitors will set up today.
Well, they're playing the same shape, really, so it's all about getting control of that central area and which of the wide players has the greatest effect on the game.
And City have possession once more. Chelsea will get the throw-in. Caicedo. Jackson on the ball. Perfect challenge. He has time to play it over. And a long way out. Well, the goalkeeper's life wasn't made quite as difficult as might have been the case. Will it happen for them? Chance to put them in front. And a goal! Now they've broken through. 1-0 here. Mateo Kovacic. Kevin De Bruyne. Phil Foden now. Dias. Gvardiol. Now with Silva. Here's Kovacic. Showing a real will to win the ball. Mateus Nunes. Gvardiol. And that's great work to keep it in play. Options in the centre. And that is how to block. Noni Madueke. It might be on for them. Opportunity. Oh, a chance to put them at an even better position.
Well, he's got to hit the target there. What a waste that is.
Haaland. And quick thinking defensively. Nunes. And he takes it on! Well, the shot looked promising, but the keeper had the measure of it. Malo Gusto. Pedro Neto. By City. It certainly wasn't a clean tackle, and the referee has got to book him, I think. Enzo Fernandez. Well, they could have been in, but that's wonderful defending. And the advantage is with City. Everyone wants to see officials let the play flow in that manner, but now the free kick has to be awarded. And the keeper taking charge of the situation. Pedro Neto. Enzo Fernandez. Well read to win possession back. And he's keen on cutting in. Oh, goodness gracious me! It's a special, special goal from miles out. De Bruyne. Here's Kovacic. Ruben Dias.
Well, it's been quite clear that Chelsea have been second best in terms of possession, but what they've done with it has been really good, and they'll be happy with the way the game is being played at the moment. They love to play on the counter-attack.
More defending for them to do here, though. Oh, nice work to get past his opponent. Very much run-of-the-mill as saves go. Neto. Striking it on the volley, just no luck.
Well, good technique, but just wide of the target.
And Chelsea get the decision from the referee. And that is going to... Well, off and running again, and it was a sublime performance by Chelsea in the first half. Will we see more of the same in the second 45? Fernandes. Moises Caicedo. Neto. Enzo Fernandez. Gusto. Caicedo. Oh, this is looking promising. There's a cutback. And a goal! Wonderful stuff as they accelerate away from the opposition. De Bruyne. Phil Foden now. Nunes. Kevin De Bruyne. Phil Foden. Given away by City. Doku. Here's Kovacic. Dias. Mateo Kovacic. Sloppy there, Bernardo Silva. Enzo Fernandez. Well, it's a really poor challenge. Now, what's the referee going to do about it? Not great distribution from the keeper. And so 30 minutes left for play in this one. Not testing the keeper at all with that effort. Not made it look routine, but read it well. Good run, very much in control of the situation. But quick thinking defensively. And teammates around him. Foden. On to Haaland. It looked as though they had attacking momentum, but not so. Well, Chelsea being afforded too much space here. Decent effort there.
Well, he has such good technique. He really did hit that well. He certainly came close there.
Perfectly positioned to take it away. Well, Well, the cross that time completely overcooked. Wasteful from City. Oh, beating his opponent with ease. Straight at the goalkeeper then. And intercepting it. Holland. Well, space if he goes inside. Able to get a body in the way. Pressing like that will help the cause. It's a bit of a struggle for both sides to keep the ball right now. The Chelsea move still flowing. Advantage to them. This attack looks highly promising. And that'll be a Chelsea ball. Moises Caicedo. Gusto. Asking a lot of any player, quite honestly, to score from that position.
Well, I don't need to say too much about that, do I, Derek?
Bernardo Silva. Now we're inside the final 10 minutes in this one. Doku. De Bruyne now. On to Silva. Gvardiol. Mateo Kovacic. On to Holland. Here's Kovacic. On to Holland. Mateo Kovacic. De Bruyne. Couldn't get it through. Well, in the closing stages, and City not enjoying themselves out there.
Well, they just never got going. People will point fingers towards the centre-backs and keeper, and to be fair, they've been poor, no doubt about that. But they haven't had much protection. There's been so much space for their opponents to operate in, and they've had a field day. The final whistle can't come soon enough.
Trying to really get at the opposition here. But they took care of the situation defensively. And there's the final whistle, the big headline, defeat. Undeniably, it is a fixture that always carries an edge. We're talking about two colossal clubs, and they're about to collide. Complete live coverage coming up from the... Well, no doubt about it, gunning for victory. The home side tonight. We're in North London, the home of Arsenal. I'm Derek Ray, and sitting alongside me, ready to provide all the technical and tactical analysis, is Stuart Robson. And we've got Premier League action coming right up. It's Arsenal facing Manchester City.
Well, both teams know they need to start the game well here. Try to dominate the midfield area and get their creative players on the ball. This should be an interesting game, I think.
And so the starting 11 for Arsenal. Gabriel Martinelli plays with Bukayo Saka on the flanks. And rather than use a strike partnership, they've gone with just the one player in attack. Chance to play it in. That's the clearance that was called for. Introducing the starting players for Manchester City. Ederson stands between the posts. Joško Gvardiol starts alongside Ruben Dias in central defence. Mateo Kovacic plays alongside Ilkay Gundogan in central midfield. And they line up with just the one striker looking to do a bit of damage. It might be on for them. Well, nothing comes of the attack when all is said and done. And defensive play to be applauded. Well, he really is danger personified, but in this game, Stuart, what do you think we might see from him?
Well, so many goals are scored from crosses into the box, and this man is brilliant at delivering those crosses. He will be a massive threat today.
Well, he's certainly not alone. Not too much elevation in terms of the shot. Martin Ødegaard. Saka. Trossard. Natural reader of the game, Kovacic. Trossard. An encouraging Arsenal move. And a long way out. Well, he hit it with authority. Close. With a play and an Arsenal throw-in forthcoming. Gabriel Martinelli. Arsenal a bit wasteful in possession. Might be a chance here. And a goal! That will do it. They've been pushing for it, and now they've been rewarded. Mateo Kovacic giving the ball to the opposition that time. Mateo Kovacic. Nunes. Arsenal doing well to regain possession. De Bruyne. Mateo Kovacic. Nice weight on the pass, but how well he did to react in that manner. City move it forward with purpose, but really sticking to their task defensively. He has teammates around him. Oh, he's got the goal! Oh, goodness gracious me! It's a special, special goal from miles out. It's with Gundogan. Kevin De Bruyne. Gundogan. Jeremy Doku. Bruyne now. Perfectly positioned to take it away. Ruben Dias. Kevin De Bruyne. Here's Kovacic. Marmoush. De Bruyne. De Bruyne. Gundogan. And I think, unfortunately for him, the less said about that attempt, the better.
Well, he had a lot of options there, but he's chosen the wrong one. That was a poor effort.
Declan Rice. Bukayo Saka. Arsenal have given it away. Dangerous looking attack. Shot attempted, and fine goalkeeping. Really had to get it spot on to finish from there, and it was miles off target.
Well, maybe not the right choice there. That's a poor effort.
Martin Ødegaard. Partey. And the fourth official confirming that we'll have one additional minute. And played the pass well. And time is up. Off and running again as we reflect upon an eye-catching first-half display from Arsenal. Kivior. Bukayo Saka. Martin Ødegaard. Jakub Kivior. Thomas Partey. It's with Ødegaard. Bukayo Saka. And here's Saliba. Kivior. Partey. Declan Rice. Saka. It's with Ødegaard. Significant acreage for City to run into. And a long way out here. Well, such a high degree of difficulty, not quite in the end.
Well, how good was that? It's such a difficult piece of skill, which he made look so easy. That deserved a goal.
Throw in here for Arsenal. Declan Rice. And return to Martinelli. Well, we can see what they're trying to do, but not a memorable passage of play. And a strong tackle. Incision with the pass from Kevin De Bruyne. Element of risk there, but he's won the ball. "30 minutes left for play." Pretty simple for the keeper. Martin Ødegaard. Martinelli. Arsenal pushing forward with options available. Well, I'll tell you what, surprising everyone by taking on the shot from that range.
Yeah, that was certainly a good effort from that sort of distance. Really struck it cleanly.
And there to intervene. De Bruyne has support. Marmoush. Oh, he's gone for goal. And saved by the keeper. De Bruyne firing it over. And that's a very good parry. Gabriel Martinelli. Arsenal could threaten from this position. Corner awarded to Arsenal. And there's the delivery. Did well to clear it away. De Bruyne playing with purpose. Well, credit to him for the challenge, and the throw-in conceded. Chance to play it in. City get the corner. Well, getting the timing completely wrong there, it must be said.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. He mistimes it, and it ends up being a poor finish.
Possession one. Played into the centre. A deft clearance. Really bright-looking attack, but a good piece of tidying up. Now the quick counter-attack could be on. They need to get bodies back. Well, it petered out. Well, from so far out, it didn't appear to be the high percentage option. Close though, Stuart.
Well, he did have options, but that was a good effort in the end. He wasn't too far away, was he?
Can they get in behind them? De Bruyne. Bukayo Saka. Arsenal have given it away. And City being afforded too much room. Cutting infield here. Body in the way. Well, possibilities inside the box. Really good diving save. Can he convert? And a goal! They've cut into the lead! It's not settled yet! Declan Rice. Well, it's ideal game management when you can pass the ball in this fashion. Thomas Partey. Well, almost there. The final whistle nearly upon us. Have they done enough to secure victory? Stuart, your take.
Well, this is going to be a tense finale to the game because they're under a lot of pressure now. It's just a case of whether they can defend with discipline and composure in these last few minutes. Well, what an atmosphere we've got inside this stadium. These supporters are doing everything they can to get their team over the finish line.
And the electronic board delivers the news. 2 minutes of stoppage time. Mahmoud. Manchester City have work to do, but is it going to happen for them? And so that is that. The referee blows for football. Growing excitement throughout the day, and now the big kick-off is near. It's anyone's guess who'll come out on top in this colossal game, but a thrilling encounter can practically be guaranteed. We're live next on EA TV. Ideal weather for this game here at St James's Park. Hello and welcome. I'm Derek Ray and I'm joined here on the gantry for commentary by Stuart Robson. And very much looking forward to bringing you action from the Premier League. It's Newcastle United facing Manchester City.
Well, it doesn't matter how good your players are or what formation they're playing in, you have to earn the right to play. And I'm sure that would have been reiterated by both managers in the dressing room. It promises to be a really good game here.
So the starting 11 for Newcastle United. Nick Pope gets the nod between the posts. Bruno Guimaraes plays alongside Sandro Tonali in central midfield. And the attack is led today by Alexander Isak. Livramento. Could cross it in here. Introducing the starting players for Manchester City. Ederson begins in goal. Joško Gvardiol starts alongside Ruben Dias in central defence. Mateo Kovacic plays alongside İlkay Gündoğan in central midfield. And they line up with just the one striker looking to do a bit of damage. Well, he was miles out, but still had the audacity to go for goal.
Yeah, as you said, a long way out, but what a good strike that was. He hit it so cleanly.
That's a useful cross. Well, nothing he could really do based on the cross. Byrne. Jacob Murphy. Gündoğan. Dias. City couldn't keep the ball. Now what can they do from here? Oh, what a top-notch pass. And a decent save. Full credit. He'll take this on. Well, not the end result he had in mind.
Well, we know he can hit them from that sort of range, but that was a poor effort in the end.
Isak. Possession lost by Newcastle. A bit scruffy with the ball, Kovacic. The Magpies looking creative. Delivered into the box. And there it is! The breakthrough! That will do nicely. Mateo Kovacic. Jeremy Doku. On the ball, Ruben Dias. Marmoush. Here's Kovacic. City have the ball again. Mateo Kovacic. Jeremy Doku. City pushing forward with options available, but quick thinking defensively. Joelinton. Guimaraes. Well, keeping hold of the ball is what it's all about for them. And the referee playing advantage. And City coming away with it. Joelinton. Barnes. Guimaraes. Newcastle moving the ball forward. What can they do from here? Takes on the shot. Well, after that attempt, gobbled up by the keeper. Well, it would have taken perfect technique from that sort of range, and that was less than perfect.
Not a good decision from him. That's a waste of possession there.
Decent looking pass. Missing the target by a tiny margin.
Well, it's a difficult skill to get right, but he almost pulled it off there. He made such good contact with the ball.
A really good pass. Well, half-time coming up shortly. It's Newcastle on top. And Stuart, as always, very keen to get your thoughts as regards their performance.
Well, it's been a tight game so far, but they've just had that little bit more quality on the ball, particularly in midfield, where they've just started to take control. They'll be fairly happy going in at half-time if it stays like this.
And teammates to play it to. Well, no danger now. Throw into Manchester City. Oh, that's a really good pass. Kevin De Bruyne couldn't keep the ball. Realising that it might be opening up on the opposite flank. And City recovering possession well. Joelinton. It's a good cross, has to be. Well, the flag has gone up here. Offside it is. Well, we're at the half. The ball is moving again. City trailing going into the second half. Will they come up with the right response? Gundogan. Doku. Went in strongly, decisively. Omar Marmoush. And unable to pick out a teammate. And that'll be a throw. Lovely ball over the top. De Bruyne. Mateus Nunes. There to win it back. Nice ball to switch the point of attack. Marvellous piece of skill. De Bruyne with options. And tidily played. De Bruyne takes the shot. Ball is loose. And it's gone in. Just what was needed for Manchester City, who now have squared it. Fabian Schär. Trippier now. Livramento. Bruno Guimaraes. Trippier. Murphy. Byrne. Trippier now. 30 minutes left for play. Fine work from Newcastle to win back possession. And Manchester City moving the ball with purpose. Opportunity to deliver the cross. And no way to sugarcoat that one, Stuart.
Well, sometimes it's worth having a shot from distance, but he never really set himself to hit that cleanly.
Take it away. Marmoush. Able to skip past his man. And the shot. Well, you get the feeling he really wants his second goal of the game, don't you?
Well, I think he's played well today. His movement has been excellent. That was a decent chance to get his second of the game.
Played over. Well, not away properly. It was an attack of promise, but they couldn't take advantage of the situation.
Which will not be tolerated in the stadium. Thank you.
Doku. Into the final 20 minutes. Gundogan. Room to roam for City on the wing. Good looking cross. Appeared to be in two minds. Well, it looked so threatening, but the danger averted. Well, after pressing like that, maybe the short route to goal. Nice looking pass. And very deftly cut out. Newcastle in a potentially dangerous position. And the assistant referee with the flag raised.
Well, you just question if he could have let that run. He must have known he was offside.
Gvardiol. City couldn't keep it. And it's positive from Manchester City. Is it in the cards for them to score a late winner? Can they forge ahead? Tremendous defending to stonewall him. Options in the middle. What can they do from this corner? The minutes ticking away in this game. Chance looks very real. Very quick thinking there. And quick thinking defensively. Well, again it breaks down for them. Bruno Guimaraes. Well, doesn't have to do it on his own. On the attack. Is there to be late drama? Couldn't quite hang on. Six-bit defending inside the box.
Well, you can tell what the fans think of that decision. They're certain it should have been a penalty.
And that is that, the night. highly charged atmosphere here at Stamford Bridge, and you can understand. A warm welcome. Blue is the colour, football is the game, as the old song used to go. We're here at Stamford Bridge tonight in West London. I'm Derek Ray, ready here in the commentary position, and alongside me is the former Arsenal, West Ham and Coventry midfielder Stuart Robson. And very much looking forward to bringing you action from the Premier League. It is Chelsea facing Manchester City.
Well, thanks, Derek, as always. The scene is set, two good teams, a great playing surface and a vibrant atmosphere. It has all the ingredients for a really exciting game.
And a look at the Chelsea starting 11.
Well, on paper, they look a very balanced team. But the three advanced midfielders must at times make runs beyond the centre forward. Otherwise, they might just lack a bit of penetration.
Introducing the starting players for Manchester City. Ederson stands between the posts. Joško Gvardiol starts alongside Ruben Dias in central defence. Ilkay Gundogan plays alongside Mateo Kovacic in central midfield. And they line up with just the one striker looking to do a bit of damage. Chelsea looking dangerous. Oh, it comes to nothing in the end. Really should have made more of that. Good ball over the top. Now he must favour the cross. Asking a lot of any player, quite honestly, to score from that position.
Well, I don't need to say too much about that, do I, Derek?
Palmer. Oh, nice work to get past his opponent. Well, a good tackle. City know that wide area is really opening up. But they took care of the situation defensively. Palmer. Cross could be useful. And the keeper having to deal with it. Now sending it in. Aware of the threat, solving the problem. What a magnificent pass. But the flag goes up, offside.
Well, he just needs to play that a bit sooner. The pass was definitely on.
Who can he pick out? Really good build-up, but no end product. In position to give them the lead, maybe. Oh, a vital piece of last-ditch defending. Madueke. Fairly easy for the referee to spot that deflection. So now a throw-in. Well, after pressing like that, maybe the short route to goal. I'd be disappointed if he didn't take that one cleanly. Mateo Kovacic. Ruben Dias. Here's Kovacic. Well, not quite what he wanted to do with the pass. Enzo Fernandez. Palmer with it. Might be able to set up the chance. The assistant referee has raised his flag. Offside. He has teammates around him. Mateo Kovacic. Football looking attack. The delivery. The danger is still there. And the attack fizzling out. Mateus Nunes. Now Chelsea in a position of menace. on the ball. De Bruyne. City could be onto something. Gusto. And Chelsea with the ball again. A really good pass. Decided to come in from the flank. Oh, he saved it well. Let's see about the delivery. Not away completely. Firing it in. Great defending. Cucurella.
Well, as you can see, Chelsea have dominated the last 15 minutes and have looked great going forward. They just need to take one of the chances they've created and get themselves ahead today.
Well, first they have a bit of defending to do. Well, beating his opponent. Really poor timing, and some will argue that he was asking for a yellow card. Magnificent free kick, but the keeper producing a save to match it. And so the first... beginning of the second half here in West London. Caicedo. Fernandes. Moises Caicedo. Enzo Fernandez. Cucurella. Madueke. Caicedo. Pedro Neto. Gusto. Well, they're keeping their opponents moving and guessing. I think I spoke too soon. Wasn't the best of passes finally. De Bruyne. It's with Gundogan. Kevin De Bruyne. A textbook interception. Palmer. Well, the counter chance looks very real. Well, he made sure there was absolutely no way through. De Bruyne. Jackson. Pedro Neto. And a free kick awarded by the referee. Neto. Gusto. Really getting stuck in. City finding space on the flank. De Bruyne. He might be able to carve something out. Nicely saved. And it took a touch on the way through, so a corner here. No two ways about it. A wild, wild attempt.
Well, it's so hard to get this right, and he just couldn't adjust his body quickly enough.
Moises Caicedo. Really opening up positively for Chelsea. Well, nothing comes of it. It looked promising. Opportunity to deliver the cross. Trying his luck. Really good diving stop. Playing it in. Appear to be in two minds. Well, threat over for now. What can Chelsea do from this position? Nice looking pass. Well played with a positional sense that is second to none. An attack full of promise. And in a perfect position to cut it out. Well, they might be able to launch a counter-attack. And playing it through. Well, the flag was up in good time, bringing that move to an end.
He's just got to be more patient there. He's gone too early.
Given away by City. Malo Gusto. It's looking promising. And drawing it back. Also intervention just then amid impending danger. Well, a classic example of how to intercept. Jackson on the ball. Well, nothing to split the two sides, but this move looks promising. And Chelsea come away with it. Pedro Neto. And Chelsea still knocking on the door. And a goal! This is why we adore this game. Late drama. And now they're in front. Gundogan. Doki. It's with Gundogan. Mateo Kovacic. Vardiol. Kevin De Bruyne. Gundogan. Jeremy Doku. It's with Gundogan. On the ball, Ruben Dias. Mateus Nunes. De Bruyne now. Chelsea recovering possession well. Moises Caicedo. And the electronic board showing 1 additional minute. So deflection, and it will be a throw-in. And a long way out here. And so there we have it, the final whistle, and Manchester... This is the kind of occasion we all relish as football fans. Non-stop hype all week long, and now for the action. Hello and a warm welcome to a stadium that was revolutionary when it was built back in the 1990s, the Johan Cruyff Arena here in Amsterdam. I'm Derek Ray, your match commentator, and alongside providing all the tactical and technical analysis, it's Stuart Robson. And every reason to believe we're in for an entertaining match here. It's Ajax up against Real Sociedad.
Well, Derek, when looking forward to this game, you can't help but notice there are some great matchups all over the pitch, particularly in those central areas. Whichever team wins more of those battles will win the game.
Well, here's the starting lineup for Ajax. Davy Klaassen starts with Jordan Henderson in the centre of the pitch. And they line up with just the one striker looking to do a bit of damage. Well, the fans want to see a shot. Just the challenge that was required. This is the lineup for the visitors today.
Well, it's a back four, a narrow midfield three and a very disconnected front three. But if the midfield players give good support to the central striker, this 4-3-3 system could work really well
they've got
today.
to score! The keeper making sure that was pushed well away from danger. This could be troublesome. Assessment of the situation at the back. Oh, off the top of the crossbar!
Well, that's inches away from being the perfect finish, isn't it, Derek?
Well, he really is danger personified, but in this game, Stuart, what do you think we might see from him?
Well, he's the creative spark for this team. He can drift past defenders, he can pick a pass, and he's got that pace off the mark. And I'm sure we're going to see that again today.
He takes aim. Oh, yes! It's gone in! And now a chance for them to revel in the moment. Bryce Mendes. Sucic. In possession, Mendes here. Kubo. Bryce Mendes. Luka Sucic. In possession, Mendes here. On the ball, Odriozola. Kubo. Takefusa Kubo. In possession, Mendes here. Nayev Aguer. Odriozola. Took a really smart piece of defending to stop them. Klaassen. Brobbey. Could be. In it goes! He's made it a brace for himself. No stopping him, apparently. Bryce Mendes. Sucic. In possession, Mendes here. Sucic. Bryce Mendes. Subimendi. Luka Sucic. Now they have possession in a good area of the pitch. Kubo. On the ball, Odriozola. And that's great work to make sure it didn't go over the line. Could play it in. Berghuis. Klaassen has it. Berghuis. Klaassen. Intercepting it intelligently. Odriozola. Sucic. Now can he get on the end of this one? He read the situation defensively and did his job. Odriozola. Well, they keep the ball moving. He has time to play it over. Has eyes for goal. Couldn't put it away, and they're still trailing by a couple of goals.
Well, you certainly can't fault their effort, but they just can't get back into this game, can they?
Read that pass all the way, cutting it out. That's a good-looking pass. Takefusa Kubo. And he's made headway. Strong hand on that one. Throw in for Real Sociedad here. Now what can they do from here? Magnificent defending. Brian Brobby. And intercepts again. Bryce Mendes. And they could get one back here. And the goal disallowed. You can see why. Offside, Stuart.
Yeah, and I think he knew as well. Immediately looked over his shoulder to check for the linesman.
Kenneth Taylor. Steven Berghuis. Klaassen has it. Now the manager. Well, underway once more, and it's going to be fascinating to see what developments occur in this second half. Sergio Gomez. Luka Sucic. Subimendi. A bit wasteful from Real Sociedad. Bryce Mendes. Subimendi. In possession, Mendes here. Oyarzabal. Incisive pass. Oh, how about that for a tackle? Steven Berghuis. Can he put it away? Clear deflection off the defender there. Fired over by Henderson. And the danger's still on. Defensive resilience there. Excellent defending. Ajax in a position of menace. But the danger averted for now. An attack full of promise. And there is the goal to make it a hat-trick. Excellence in finishing, there for all to see. Subimendi. Gomez now. Subimendi. Sergio Gomez. Bryce Mendes.
Speciale mededeling.
Oyarzabal.
Is altijd is. Ik herhaal, niet
In possession, Mendes here.
altijd is. Bedankt voor uw aandacht.
Sucic. In possession, Mendes here. Subimendi. Takefusa Kubo. Odriozola. Can he finish this? Oh, a vital piece of last-ditch defending. Effective press. Odriozola. Takafusa Kubo. Quite possibly a yellow card as the flow was stopped. Oh, great technique and accuracy, but the keeper able to turn it away. A stunning stop. Let's see about the delivery. Well, capable of a better clearance than that. Well, they can keep possession of it now. Well, this could really help the cause. Well, somehow the goalkeeper got to it. Who can he pick out? Just the clearance that was needed. Really good interception. Well, the counter chance looks very real. Oh, moving it nicely. Firing it towards goal. Well, the keeper wanted to take it cleanly and did. Oyarzabal. That's a good-looking pass. It might be. Just can't get it past him. Kenneth Taylor. That's a good pass. Oh, he really bruised the crossbar. The high press was on, and that's a fantastic tackle. Well, there was impending danger, but good defending. That's very effective, good high pressing. Oh, what's he gone and done? With power, but shame about the placement. And so into the final 5 minutes. Effective challenge. Brian Brobby. He continues his run. Klassen. And teammates around him. Now the counter-attack looks on. There's so many possibilities, but it didn't happen for them. And just failed to keep the ball in play that time. Sergio Gomez. Well, after pressing like that, maybe the short route to goal. And there goes the... Well, what a game we have in store for you today. The hype has been building all week and we're just moments away from kick-off time. Stay tuned for the live action. The floodlights are shining down on the players here in Amsterdam at the Johan Cruyff Arena. I'm Derek Ray and I'm joined for expert analysis by Stuart Robson. And with the game just moments away now, this really ought to be a superb watch. Stuart, how do you see this one going?
Well, Derek, we can talk about coaches and their methods, but it's now down to the players. Which ones are going to stand out, who will affect the game, and who will have the greater desire? It should be a cracking game, though.
Couldn't keep the ball. Well, here's the starting lineup for Ajax. Davy Klaassen starts with Jordan Henderson in the centre of the pitch. And they line up with just the one striker looking to do a bit of damage. This is the lineup for the visitors today.
Well, it's a 4-3-3 with two out-and-out wingers, but they do vary their movement. They give width, but they also make diagonal runs infield when the ball's on the opposite flank. Their performances will be key today.
El Kabi. Space afforded him. Well, it did look promising, but no threat in the end. Can he put them in front? Yes is the emphatic answer. And you have to say it was on the cards. Josip Schutalo. Kenneth Taylor. Steven Berghuis. Taylor. Henderson. Klaassen has it. There to take it away. Chiquinho. Brilliant pass. Oh, big chance. Well, didn't miss by very much and never easy to strike it on the volley in that fashion.
Well, from that range, though, it should be a goal. At least it should hit the target.
Klaassen. Given away by Ajax. Oh, this looks useful. Not all that convincing defensively. And in the end, no damage done. Gelson Martins. Brian Brobby. Klaassen. Decent position. Kenneth Taylor. Klaassen has it. Taylor. Opportunity. Denied by the bar. Back in play here. And they can't quite take advantage in the end. Well, plays with a positional sense that is second to none. And thwarted there following the cross. And there to intervene. Now what can they do from here? And it might be. And the keeper able to hold on to it. Henderson. Robbie. No luck keeping possession. promising. Takes it on. And the keeper's delighted to see that sail well over the bar. Goal kick. Gelson Martins. And in the right position to make sure it didn't go all the way through. Ajax looking dangerous. Oh, he's left his marker for dead. High quality defending. Happy to shoot. Oh, a smart stop. Can someone get on the end of this? Well, not quite the corner he had in mind. Goalkeeper has it. Right on top of it, Henderson. An attack full of promise. Oh, he wasn't necessarily favourite to win that challenge. Ryan Brobby. And the whistle is... Well, they've got things going again here, and I wonder what kind of second half we have in store for us. Chiquinho. Gelson Martins. Ortega on the ball. And in possession, Chiquinho. Now what can they do from here? Well, he's bound to be disappointed with himself. Not a great effort, Stuart.
Well, the less said about that, the better. Not a good decision from him.
Henderson. Berghuis. A very effective challenge put in. Klassen. Good looking move. And the keeper stretching to deny him. Who can they pick out? They got a good palm on it. David Carmo. Deciding to give it to the keeper. Ortega. And in possession, Chiquinho. Well, no complaints as regards Gelson Martins in the first half. Sum up his performance for us.
Well, Derek, he took his goal well and was a constant threat throughout that first half. I thought he showed a lot of skill to get out of tight situations, and he had a real impact on the play.
And a goal to square the game! Into the sea stuff! Take it away. And the referee blows for a foul. Taylor, skipping away. Gelson Martins. The switch of play now. The attack continues. They're making considerable progress. I'll tell you what, that is really top-class defending. And very deftly cut out. Happy to take on the shot. And a goal here! There it is! possession, Panayotis Retsos. And into the last 20 minutes. Ortega. Chiquinho. Retsos. Here's Gelson Martins. Now plays with a positional sense that is second to none.
Sinds deze week de vernieuwde website bezoeken.
Matthäus.
Met informatie over de club en de gehele tekst van het club.
Henderson has it. Happy just to retain the ball in their own half and draw out the opposition. Klassen. And a strong tackle. And tremendous individual skill. Good defending in the end, and danger averted for now. Plenty of support here. Giving it their all, in search of an equaliser. Steven Berghuis. Klassen has it. Good idea. Offside it is, but he needed sharp eyes to make that decision.
Well, it's fine margins, isn't it? But in the end, he just went too early.
Taylor. Klassen. Simple for the keeper. And room now out on the wing. Could cross it in here. Putting his body on the line. And a throw-in it's going to be. That's a nice-looking ball. Is it going to be an opportunity? Oh, it comes to nothing in the end. Really should have made more of that.
Well, what an atmosphere we've got inside this stadium. The fans are driving the players on here. Surely they're going to hang on now.
Well, no time to waste. Can they find an equaliser? And the keeper won't be complaining about that cross. Poor quality. And there goes the final. This is the kind of occasion we all relish as football fans. Non-stop hype all week long, and now for the action. Hello and welcome to Amsterdam. We're in position here at the Johan Cruyff Arena. I'm Derek Ray, and adjacent to me in the commentary box is Stuart Robson. And we can't wait for this one to start with justifiable cause. Stuart, what are your expectations for today?
Well, as is always the case, both teams will look to control the centre of the pitch. Whichever can do that will dominate possession and probably the game. This is going to be key, I think, today.
Well, here's the starting lineup for Ajax. Davy Klaassen starts with Jordan Henderson in the centre of the pitch. And they line up with just the one striker looking to do a bit of damage. And here's the Roma starting 11. Evan Ndika plays alongside Gianluca Mancini in central defence. Brian Cristante starts alongside Leandro Paredes in central midfield. And it's two strikers up front who will look to provide the goal-scoring threat. Eldor Shomurodov. He read the situation defensively and did his job. Steven Berghuis. Berghuis. Oh, could be an opportunity here. Really good build-up, but no end product. Guadio Kone. Here's Cristante. Artem Dovbyk. And possession lost, intercepted. Henderson. It's with Paredes. Really getting stuck in. And blocked for now. And that is offside. Artem Dovbyk. To it easily, the keeper. And snuffed out the danger immediately. And passing it through. And he's apparently veered into an offside position, Stuart.
Well, that's tight, really tight. But he was just too anxious to make his run. He was in, though.
Could be dangerous. And he could cash in. And a goal! That will do it. They've been pushing for it. And now they've been rewarded. Henderson. Klaassen has it. Taylor. Henderson. Kenneth Taylor. Henderson has it. Berghuis. Taylor. Can they get in behind them? Or can they make one of these passes count? Possession one. Kone. Artem Dovbyk. Well, just off target, but it goes down as a chance to extend their lead.
Well, it was a decent effort, but in the end, not quite good enough, was it?
He's given us away. Brian Cristante. He could pick out a teammate. Will he finish? And a goal to increase their advantage to 2 overall. That little bit of a cushion. Now it's all about keeping the concentration. Berghuis. Josip Schutalo. Henderson has it. Kenneth Taylor. Klaassen. Taylor. Klaassen has it. Henderson. Henderson has it. Klaassen. Ajax pushing forward with options available. Steven Berghuis. Very quick thinking there. Dovbik. Berghuis. Henderson. Klaassen has it. Brian Brobby. Well, there was impending danger, but good defending. Dovbik. Well, couldn't quite find his teammate. Berghuis. Could pull one back here. And that's an excellent piece of defending to thwart him. Dovbik. This looks interesting. Flag raised for offside. So the whistle. So back underway, and there can be no playing it down. A huge gulf between the sides in the first half. Will we see a response from Ajax in the second? Klaassen. Kenneth Taylor. Henderson has it. And Roma with the ball once more. Really good challenge. Oh, that's a super piece of defending. Angelino. Really have to get it spot on to finish from there, and it was miles off target.
Well, maybe not the right choice there. That's a poor effort.
Taylor. Klaassen has it. Just trying to keep their opponents on their toes with the passing game. Well, nicely cut out. Now what can they do with the ball? I must say this looks promising. Chance to play it in. Cleared away comprehensively. And the counter looks on here. Options available. Can they take advantage of the situation? Shaping to shoot. Well, getting in the way. Superb save. Jordan Henderson with it. And did his job defensively. Well, there's an example of how to press high up.
Well, Ajax, as you can see, have had most of the ball, but they've shown a real lack of creativity today. They need to be far more inventive in the final third if they're to turn things round here.
Well, can they regain possession first and be more creative with the ball? Able to get his body in the way. Now maybe the really short route to goal. Well, possession keeps on changing hands. That's problematic. Plenty of players waiting in the middle. And he's gone for power. So close to finding the net. Brobby. Disappointing for Ajax to give it away in that fashion. The referee's letting it go as they keep the ball. Can he find the right pass? Well, nothing comes of it. It looked promising.
Beste bezoekers, het is de bedoeling dat u na de wedstrijd het stadion weer
Brian Cristante. Dogby. And flag raised, offside.
Well, that was always going to be offside. He just needed to hold on to the ball that little bit longer.
Getting in there to intercept. A delicious piece of skill. Giving it a try. Really good piece of goalkeeping there.
Well, I have to say, that was a fine save, which just about keeps this game alive.
Well, on the back of that breathtaking piece of goalkeeping, can they keep the ball and create? And the ball back with Ajax here. And he has options available. And a goal! Not over just yet. Well, it's a great advantage to any side when you're as comfortable on the ball as they are. Ndika. 10 minutes to go. An astute piece of defending. Mehmet Zeki Çelik. Dogby. Plenty of forward momentum here, but can they produce? And both hands on it, good goalkeeping. Henderson. We might very well have late excitement here. 5 minutes to go, and just one goal between them. Well, time is of some concern. Can they level matters? Superb defensive judgment to end the attack. Counter-attacking very much an option. Pulls it back. Oh, he fancies his chances. And the keeper got there, and comfortably. Might lead to a chance. Really good build-up, but no end product. The referee has decided there will be just 1 minute of added time. Now the attack fizzled out. And there it is, the final whistle. Not what the... Well, what a game we have in store for you today. The hype has been built. Well, there are two names for this city. San Sebastian in Spanish, Donostia in Basque. But the name of the stadium is the Reale Arena. I'm Derek Ray, your match commentator, and alongside providing all the tactical and technical analysis, it's Stuart Robson. And if this game lives up to its billing, we're in for a riveting occasion. It's Real Sociedad up against Ajax.
Well, both teams know they need to start the game well here. Try to dominate the midfield area and get their creative players on the ball. This should be an interesting game, I think.
And the lineup for the home side.
Well, it's a 4-5-1, so they will be very compact out of possession. But they'll need to break forward quickly when they win the ball back. And key to that will be the wide players. This should be a really interesting game.
And the starting 11 for Ajax. Davy Klaassen starts with Jordan Henderson in the centre of the pitch. And the idea is to have just the one striker up there trying to pose problems for the opposition. Can he give them the lead? Able to get his body in the way. Well, I take my hat off to him because that was superb defending. And the focus is on Oyarzabal, who can certainly make a difference. What do you think he might deliver in this game, Stuart?
Well, he's one of those players that knows where to be in the box. He's just got that natural instinct for space, and what a finisher as well.
Can he finish this? And a goal it is! No long wait for the opener today. Luka Sucic. In possession, Mendes here. Subimendi. Gomez now. Oyarzabal. Subimendi. Sucic. On the ball, Odriozola. Real Sociedad unable to retain it. Klaassen. Henderson has it. Kenneth Taylor. Given away by Ajax. Oyarzabal. Sergio Gomez. An attack full of promise. Well, it looked highly promising, but they got nothing out of it. Steven Berghuis. Well, using the space really well, but now can they push on? Just cutting off the supply. Oyarzabal. In possession, Mendes here. It might be on for them. Well, the fans really want him to shoot. In position. And he's got to score to level it again. Klaassen. Henderson has it. Sutalu. Klaassen has it. Henderson. Taylor. Henderson has it. Henderson. Here's Berghuis. Kenneth Taylor. Ajax, ball lost. Taylor. Klaassen has it. And he read it superbly. Klaassen. Oh, it comes to nothing in the end. Really should have made more of that. Subimendi. Bryce Mendes. Sergio Gomez. Dangerous looking attack. Well, there's an example of how to press high up. Wonderful block. Well, no damage done. Oyarzabal. And the emphasis is on creativity, but they dealt with the threat posed. Brian Brobby. Good-looking sequence. And very nicely positioned to win it back. Good distribution. Miles from goal. Fine goalkeeping to push that away. And the referee... into the second half then. And these two sides are locked together. Just can't really choose between them at the moment. Henderson. Klaassen has it. Steven Berghuis. Henderson has it. And Ajax struggling to keep the ball. Steven Berghuis. Henderson has it. Taylor. Klaassen. Henderson. Klaassen has it. Moving the ball really well here. Taylor. Superb defensive judgment to end the attack. Could be a chance to break here. Well, nothing comes of it. It looked promising. Good use of advantage there. Brian Brobby. Brobby. Well, a textbook interception. Oyarzabal. I think most fans would be pretty happy with this man's display so far.
Well, they weren't at their best, but with that equaliser, you can see why he's so important to this team. Hopefully they can get more of the ball to him in the second half so he can show us his ability.
Brobby. Well, Real Sociedad come away with it. Plenty of options. Splendid defending, and it needed to be. Henderson. Brobby. Plenty of players waiting in the middle. Well, the teams are locked together. Will it stay that way following this corner? And the problem not completely solved. And a goal it is to put them in front again. No less than they deserve. Subimendi. Aguerd. On the ball, Odriozola. Sucic. Takafusa Kubo. Subimendi. Kubo. Subimendi. Takafusa Kubo. Sucic. In possession, Mendes here. Luka Sucic. Oyarzabal. Dropping deep to collect the ball. Steven Berghuis. Klassen. Kenneth Taylor. There to take it away. And possibilities here. Great opportunity. Well, just fractionally wide. Good strike. Bryce Mendes. It might be on for them. Now, will they be able to play it in behind the defence? This could square the game. And that's exactly what has transpired. Now, that could be a massive turning point, and momentum is with them. Klassen. Given away by Ajax. Berghuis. Now we're inside the final 10 minutes in this one. Taylor. Klassen has it. Kenneth Taylor. Henderson. Klassen has it. Taylor. Possession ceded by Ajax. 5 minutes remaining and level pegging here. Well, they still have designs on the win. Will he find the net? Oh, they've done it! They forged ahead, and it might be the goal that gives them victory. Subeldia. Sucic. In possession, Mendes here. Kubo. Subimendi. Sucic. Bryce Mendes. Luka Sucic. Subimendi. Sucic. Oyarzabal. The referee has decided there will be just 1 minute of added time. They know what they need, and that's an equaliser here. And a long way out. And so the final whistle here. This is the kind of occasion we all relish as football fans. Non-stop hype all week long, and now for the action. Welcome everyone on a perfect night for football with the floodlights beaming down. My name is Derek Ray, and sitting alongside me, ready to provide all the analysis, is Stuart Robson. And the general feeling is we should be in for a spellbinding occasion. Stuart, how do you see this one going?
Thanks, Derek, as always. This should be a good game. Great atmosphere inside the stadium. We've got two teams full of quality, some interesting matchups, and two coaches that want to play an attractive brand of football. What more could you ask for?
Really good interception. And the starting 11 for Ajax. Davy Klaassen starts with Jordan Henderson in the centre of the pitch. And rather than use a strike partnership, they've gone with just the one player in attack. Henderson. Well, spot on with that challenge. Coutinho. Is it going to end up being productive for them? Well, didn't go to plan in the end. That's a nice looking ball. Well, the keeper had a lot of ground to cover. Splendid save. Not the result from the set piece they were looking for. Might work out. Delivered into the area here. Well, the keeper wasn't worried in the slightest. Oh, nice work to get past his opponent. An alert intervention. And the referee takes exception to the challenge. Free kick. Could still be dangerous. Well, that's how to keep the opposition at bay. He has teammates around him. Oh, that's a fine ball. Can he compose himself? And it's in! 1-0. They've breached the defence. Ortega. Carmo. Here's Gelson Martins. Retsos. Coutinho. And given away. Could be dangerous. Splendid tackle and a throw-in coming up. Who can he pick out? And a simple clearance, a good one. And winning it back. Ayoub El-Kabi. Oh, strong hand on the ball. Ryan Brobby. Intelligent threaded pass here. Real chance. And pushed onto the woodwork. He fancies it. And he scored not once but twice. They simply cannot stop him. And no wonder he's enjoying himself. David Carmo. Ortega. Carmo. Here's Gelson Martins. Coutinho. And the pass was just that little bit off. Nearly found its target. Well, it was their own throw-in. Ayoub El-Kabi. Gelson Martins. fancy footwork. Klassen. And giving the ball away. Taylor. Ajax couldn't keep the ball. An awful lot of green space to run into. Really good build-up, but no end product. Oh, splendid skill. Robbie. Well-timed tackle. Well, difficult for both sides to find any passing rhythm. Could pull one back here, and he does! He's thrown his team a lifeline. The belief is back. And so it is. Well, underway once more, and it's going to be fascinating to see what developments occur in this second half. Carmo. Well, there's an example of how to press high up. And back to Jolakis. Ortega on the ball. Tremendous intuition to win it back. Chiquinho. Well, they couldn't keep it. Schutalo. Klassen. Henderson has it. Steven Berghuis. Taylor. What can Ajax do from this position? And a long way out here. Well, getting in the way. Superb save. And there's the delivery. And the keeper able to hold on to it. Well, he's been the standout for his side so far, don't you think, Stuart?
Well, it's been an incredible performance from him. Clearly the difference between the two sides. Obviously the goals, but his movement too. He's causing the backline all sorts of headaches. He'll no doubt be desperate to grab the hat-trick now.
Henderson. Schutalo. Henderson has it. Ajax couldn't keep it. Gelson Martins. Ajax finding space on the wing. But nothing comes of it. Good defending it was. Getting in there to intercept. Klassen. It's with Berghuis. Scope to attack here for Ajax. Oh, that is a superb save. Gelson Martins. Sound piece of goalkeeping. Take this on. A terrific piece of goalkeeping. firing it towards goal! Well, it wasn't quite the quality of shot that we were all anticipating. But it wasn't superb distribution by the keeper, that we can say. Klassen. He's given us away. And playing it through. Oh, that's a solid piece of defending when it looked as though it might go wrong for them. Brian Brobby. Really good challenge.
Well, the fans are driving their team on here, but can they respond with a goal? Time is running out.
And the flag does go up, offside. Berghuis. Henderson has it. The ball back with Ajax now. On the offensive. Took a really smart piece of defending to stop them. Berghuis. And nicely parried away.
Well, that would have been game over. But unless they show more quality going forward, there's just no way back forward.
Well, that was a very respectable effort from such a long way out.
Well, he hits it cleanly, and it's a very good strike, but just not on target.
Nice looking pass. Oh, yes! As pure a header as you're likely to see. And he ought to be very proud of that one. Gelson Martins. 5 minutes to go. Ortega. Really well played pass. And he takes it on! Well, I must admit it didn't trouble the keeper to the extent that I thought it might. Berghuis. Kenneth Taylor. Klassen has it. Steven Berghuis. Henderson has it. The referee has decided there will be just 1 minute of added time. Oh, he's gone for goal! Oh, a nearly moment, but not quite good enough.
Well, you certainly can't fault them for effort. They keep a...
And so the referee blows for full time, and it goes down. Ready for battle, ready to bring their skills to the... Well, nights like these are just what you hope for as a spectator. A warm welcome. I'm Derek Ray, and sitting next to me with his tactics charts at the ready is Stuart Robson. And every reason to believe we're in for an entertaining match here. How's it going to go, Stuart?
Well, I'm excited by this encounter today. Both teams have a good game plan, both teams can be physical, and both teams have creative players. It could be a case of who wants it more.
And here's the Roma starting 11. Gianluca Mancini plays alongside Evan Ndika in central defence. Brian Cristante starts alongside Leandro Paredes in central midfield. And the tactical configuration has two players in attack from the very outset. They're getting the ball forward. Well, here's the starting lineup for Ajax. Davy Klaassen starts with Jordan Henderson in the centre of the pitch. And in this tactical setup, they have just the one player in attack. Eldor Shomurodov. Well, it looked highly promising, but they got nothing out of it. It's opening up for them. Taylor. Ajax pushing forward with options available. That is a really disappointing effort. Goodness me.
On that occasion, just didn't make the right sort of contact. Should be testing the goalkeeper from that sort of range.
Shomurodov. Good-looking move. Took a really smart piece of defending to stop them. So, a corner here. Playing it in. Well, as a defender, that will sit you down to the ground. The right place to cut out the pass. Klaassen. Plenty of support here. Brian Brobby. Not the pass he had in mind. From one side of the pitch to the other. Klaassen. Attacking with vigour. Oh, this is looking promising. And an astute piece of defending. Brian Cristante. Promising pass. And collected tidily. He had plenty to think about. Eldor Shomurodov. Dotti. And clears his lines. He's blocked it. Robbie. Wasteful from Ajax. Wasted possession again. And a shot from some way out. Well, he was miles out, but still had the audacity to go for goal.
Yeah, as you said, a long way out, but what a good strike that was. He hit it so cleanly.
And possession lost by the Giallorossi. Trying to open up the defence. Well, I must say, I thought they were about to illuminate the scoreboard with the #1 first goal of the contest, but not so.
Well, how are they not leading here? What a chance to open the scoring, as you mentioned, Derek.
Well, that'll be a free kick. Brian Brobby. Well, you might call that a 50-50 decision. Klaassen. Artem Dovbyk. Could be threatening. Could be in. Well, the challenge was clean, but the danger not cleared. And he takes on the shot. Oh, he's blocked it! Berghuis. And players waiting in the centre. Timely intervention. Shomurodov. And the cross smuggled away. Trying to deliver it accurately. And he clears the danger. And there it is. So they get the ball rolling in the second half. Even Steven here. So little to choose between the sides. Steven Berghuis. Josip Schutalo. Klaassen has it. Here's Berghuis. Klaassen. Henderson has it. Kenneth Taylor. Still passing it around with authority. Well, honestly, I didn't mean to jinx them. Just wasn't a very good pass, finally. And he has options available. In search of space. He succeeds in clearing it. Very quick thinking there. Can he put them in front? Well, it was a wonderful chance, but the goalkeeper comes through.
Yes, Derek, we have to give credit to the keeper, but surely he should have scored there. That's a big, big chance.
Kone. Now can they counter clinically? It's a fierce effort! And a fine stop to turn the ball away. Well, an opportunity here for them to get their noses in front from the corner. Oh, cleared off the line. Alert defending. Well, there's an example of how to press high up. Brian Cristante. Paredes. Well, that takes the wind out of their sails. Great defending. Well, possession keeps on changing hands. That's problematic. Now, perhaps they can counter from here. Plenty of players waiting in the middle. Klaassen. Happy to take on the shot. Reading it well. In position to give them the lead, maybe. Looked like a certain goal, but that's a great challenge. Fruitful looking attack. But the try. Well, from so far out, it didn't appear to be the high percentage option. Close though, Stuart.
Well, he did have options, but that was a good effort in the end. He wasn't too far away, was he?
Berghuis. And having a go! Well, I'll tell you what, surprising everyone by taking on the shot from that range.
Yeah, that was certainly a good effort from that sort of distance. Really struck it cleanly.
Successfully cut out. It's opening up for them. And that's a really fine piece of work defensively. A bit wasteful in possession from Roma. Robbie. Henderson has it. Ajax in a position of menace. Well, he tried in vain to get himself back onside.
Well, he needs to show greater awareness there and hold on to the ball a fraction longer.
He must finish! Can he compose himself? Credit to them for winning back possession. Now, can they hit them on the counter? Defenders need to cover. But nothing comes of it. 10 minutes left for play. And they still have designs on the win. Good-looking driven ball. Oh, couldn't put them ahead!
Well, that was a big chance to win the game. That's a poor effort from that position.
That's a nice-looking ball. Not all that convincing defensively. Well, it comes to nothing in the end. What to like about that pass? And Ajax recovering possession. Steven Berghuis.
Well, the atmosphere is so tense inside this stadium, but can they find that moment of magic to win this game? The crowd certainly think so. Just listen to them.
Routine save. Needed to be more accurate from the keeper. Could be threatening. Well, doesn't have to do it on his own. This looks more than decent. And there's the referee's whistle. quest for success. The big showdown almost upon us, and the likelihood of a game to be savoured and cherished. But who's going to win? We'll leave that to the courageous amongst you. Well, nights like these are just what you hope for as a spectator. A warm welcome. I'm Derek Ray, ready to bring you match commentary, and alongside me is Stuart Robson. And without doubt, a match with the potential to bring genuine excitement. It is Rapid Vienna up against Real Betis.
Yes, thanks as always, Derek. We've got two good teams here, so I'm anticipating a really good game. The atmosphere is electric inside the stadium before kick-off, and hopefully we're not disappointed.
Well, here is the lineup for the hosts today.
Well, if they're going to play as a 4-4-2, they must make sure they stay compact out of possession and then stretch the pitch when they do have the ball. How they play in transition is going to be key today.
And introducing the visitors' lineup today.
Well, it's not fashionable, but 4-4-2 can still be a good system, both with and without the ball. Key to success today will be the wide players. They need to be the main creators.
Well, the attack looks promising. Firing it towards goal. A terrific defending to stop them progressing. Well, you never quite know who's going to emerge from the shadows and become a match winner. Can he put it in? It was on its way in. Who can he pick out? Needs to clear it. And nicely parried away. Can they exploit the space out wide? Might be a chance here. And a goal! 1-0. And what a fast start they've made to this game. Bola. Matthias Seidel. Louis Schaub. And Betis did well to regain possession. Jansson. Now look at this, they might be able to cash in here. Matthias Seidel. Oh, this looks useful. Surely the equaliser. Looked like a certain goal, but that's a great challenge. Marc Roca. And he read it well. And Betis doing well to regain possession. Oh, great vision. And it's 2 for him today. A masterful performance. The defenders unable to stop him. Bendegus Bola. Matthias Seidel. And Jansson with it. Seidel. Dion Drena-Bello. Matthias Seidel. Real chance. Oh, a tremendous block.
Well, these fans can sense an opportunity here. They need to make the most of this corner.
What a genuine opportunity, but it was squandered. Goal kick. Anthony. On the ball, Marc Roca. Anthony. Marc Roca. Bartra has it. Well, we're almost at the halfway stage and they're not making home advantage work for them one little bit here. Stuart, your assessment?
I have to say, Derek, they haven't played well. They've been slow in possession, they've been poor defensively, and they've lacked a cutting edge. They need to perform much better than this.
Free kick awarded then by the referee. Showing ambition to shoot from there. Goalkeeper has it. Louis Schaub. Dion Drena Bello. Will it happen for them? Really good piece of goalkeeping there. Clean challenge. Zaidu, well, showing excellent judgment to intercept. He must finish! Brilliantly blocked. Llorente. On the ball, Marc Roca. Bartra has it. That is... So back underway, and an intriguing second half in prospect. Anthony. On the ball, Marc Roca. Anthony. Roma Perrault. Llorente. Bartra has it. Perrault on the ball. An important interception. Very alert defending to cut off the supply. Matthias Seibel. Really good challenge. Catching it sweetly, but not quite the accuracy he was looking for.
Well, it's always a difficult technique on the volley, but I think that's a massive chance he should score from.
Well, a textbook interception. And given acres of space to attack here. Well, the post getting in the way there. Auer. Intercepting it intelligently. And you don't want to lose possession there. Oh, that is a goal from long range. He won't soon forget. Absolutely right out of the top drawer. Marc Roca. Anthony. On the ball, Marc Roca. Anthony. Marc Roca. Anthony. On the ball, Marc Roca. Anthony. Marc Roca. Yusuf Sabali with it. On the ball, Marc Roca. Oh, they have it again. Seidel. Matthias Seidel. And quick thinking defensively. Chance perhaps. And effectively parried away by the keeper. And the keeper has it after that tension-laden sequence.
Well, what a great first save that was. How did he stop that?
Bakambu. Oh, he's gone for goal. Determined block. Schaub. And he saw the situation developing. Bakambu. And very deftly cut out. Ten minutes to go. High quality defending. Down by a goal. This could be the final opportunity to snap something. Well, good clean catch by the keeper. Well, approaching full time, and this is wearing the look of mission impossible for the home side, Stuart.
Well, if they want to get something from this game, they need to start getting the ball into the box that little bit quicker and get players attacking the ball. Otherwise, this game will just slip away from them.
And a really smart stop, an important one to keep them in with a chance.
Well, that probably would have been it. That's such a vital save from the keeper.
Couldn't keep the ball. Rather congested in the middle of the park. Romain Perrault. Bakambu. Bakambu! And that's the hat-trick! Tearing apart this defence time and again. They simply can't handle him. Belleau. And given away. Well, just 1 minute of time added on for stoppages here. Will it happen for them? And there it is, the final whistle. Not what... Well, what a game we have in store for you today. The hype has been building all week and we're just moments away from kick-off time. Stay tuned for the live action. And a warm welcome on what is an ideal night for football, you've got to say. I'm Derek Ray at the microphone, and joining me for match commentary is Stuart Robson. And with kick-off just moments away, we really should be in for a magnificent occasion. It is Rapid Vienna, and they face Panathinaikos.
Well, Derek, we can talk about coaches and their methods, but it's now down to the players. Which ones are going to stand out, who will affect the game, and who will have the greater desire? It should be a cracking game, though.
And that attempt had too much height on it. This is how it looks for the home side.
Well, if they're going to play as a 4-4-2, they must make sure they stay compact out of possession and then stretch the pitch when they do have the ball. How they play in transition is going to be key today.
Using space on the opposite flank now. Nemanja Maksimovic. Bart Schenkeveld. Azzedine Ounahi. Tete. Nemanja Maksimovic. Now look at this, they might be able to cash in here. And clears the danger. That's a lovely ball. Impudent efforts. And that's fine goalkeeping.
Well, that probably wasn't the right option. He really didn't trouble the keeper there.
Promising sequence. Must take the lead here. And they have. You've got to say, it has been coming. The perfect position to read it. Janssen. Bendegus Bola. Matthias Seidel. Janssen. Auer. Janssen. In space to cross it. Teamwork and passing in evidence. Able to block it. And a throw-in it's going to be. Being pressed here. Well, nicely cut out. Now what can they do with the ball? And that puts them in position. Oh, it was a crucial challenge. Oh dear, not a great effort, was it? Louis Schaub. Now, brilliant work to keep that one in play. Determined defending. It's opening up for them. The defender doing his job. Good-looking move. Plenty of support here. They're putting so much effort into winning back possession. This looks promising out wide. And he favours the inside route. And the deflection means a corner.
Well, it's been a while, but these fans are now coming to life. Can they equalise here?
And he's fired over the corner. And in a crowded area, the keeper has managed to get there.
Well, as you can hear, the fans think that should have been a penalty, but I'm not convinced.
Bola. What can they do from here? Oh, good strike! Well, the goalkeeper is thankful that it wasn't a better effort than it actually was. Released it nicely. It's a fierce effort! Well, it smacks into the gloves of the goalkeeper. What a shocking pass, really. Now, options are plenty. But really sticking to their task defensively. Well, a joy to watch. And a threatening looking ball. Well, the flag has gone up here. Offside it is. And back it goes. In behind for him to chase. And under pressure, that was a fine claim. That is that. Well, they've got things going again here, and I wonder what kind of second half we have in store for us. Seidel. Perfect challenge. Oh, skipping away, but a good piece of tidying up. Well, play getting a bit bogged down in midfield. A move of promise on the flank. Well, possession ceded. Read that pass all the way, cutting it out. And it's a quality pass. I'll tell you what, that didn't miss by much. I think most fans would be pretty happy with this man's display so far.
Well, Derek, he took his goal well and was a constant threat throughout that first half. I thought he showed a lot of skill to get out of tight situations, and he had a real impact on the play.
And a goal to level this contest, all even. Ingerson. An important interception. Unahi. Maksimovic has it. Good pass. 30 minutes to go then. Decent position. Nemanja Maksimovic. On attacking possibilities. Well, a long-distance effort and a highly respectable one, Stuart.
Well, he surprised everybody, including me. It's a decent effort, you have to say.
Oh, nice ball over the top. And crossed in there. Danger averted. Now, can they hit them on the counter? A foul it most certainly was. Free kick given. This looks promising. Will he find the net? Oh, goal! How about that for degree of difficulty? Matthias Seidel. Minutes to go. Awa. Beautiful pass. Oh, that's a super piece of defending. Released it nicely. Well, high marks for that pass. Realising that it might be opening up on the opposite flank. Oh, could be! Well, that looked to be quite dangerous, but just a fraction off. Possession given away, unfortunately. Good vision. Can he get onto this? Not quite the clearance they were hoping for. And teammates around him. They know what they need, and that's an equaliser here. Well, tremendous vision. They've lost it. Found a pocket of space. Not messing around with that clearance. And a good challenge to bring that attack to an end. Racing forward, trying to catch them out. This could finish it! And thwarted there, following the cross. And a timely intervention. Nothing wrong with that, says the referee. Awa. Seidel. Well, still pushing forward. It's a matter of whether or not they can come up with an equaliser. And you've got to say, not the best of volleys that time.
Yeah, it was certainly there to hit, but he just couldn't make the right contact. It was well wide in the end.
And the ruling is offside here. And we will have just one additional minute. Firing it towards goal! Well, we gave it the big build-up, but he didn't quite deliver on his promise. And so the final whistle. Building to a crescendo all week, and very... Well, just the sort of weather the fans were hoping for this evening. It's absolutely ideal. My name's Derek Ray, and delighted to have alongside me, as usual on these occasions, Stuart Robson. And every reason to believe we're in for an entertaining match here. It is Rapid Vienna facing Fiorentina.
Well, both teams know they need to start the game well here. Try to dominate the midfield area and get their creative players on the ball. This should be an interesting game, I think.
The lineup then for the hosts.
Well, on paper it looks a rigid 4-4-2, but watch out for the rotation of the wide players and the forward runs from the central midfield players. They could be a handful today.
And a look at the lineup for Fiorentina.
Well, the 4-4-2 system relies on good combinations all over the pitch. The front two, the central midfield pairing, the fullback and winger, and of course the centre-backs. If you can get these combinations right, you'll have a good team.
And having a goal! Well, he's just spooned it over the top. Dodo. Delivered into the area here. Well, that's a cross he would rather like to airbrush from history. Well, that's how to keep the opposition at bay. Now, who can he play it to? Being egged on by the crowd. What a save! He's driven in the corner. And making sure it wasn't problematic. Wasteful from Fiorentina. And possibilities here. But the keeper takes command of the situation. A chance for them to provide a test in the form of a corner. Not the most confident clearance. Oh, the flag has gone up, and that's one that's going to need a bit more practice on the training ground.
Well, that must drive everybody mad, particularly those players in the box.
And a good challenge to bring that attack to an end. And passing it well. Has eyes for goal! Well, the shot seemed like a good option, but goalkeeper's ball. Mandragora. Now, options are plenty. A certain goal. It looks promising. And there it breaks down, but credit to the defence. Mandragora. Oh, that's an expert piece of defending. Moise Keane. Spot on with that tackle. Good work from Fiorentina to win back possession. But he could run onto it here. Well, deemed to be offside by the merest of margins.
Well, it's very close to being the perfectly timed run. But whether it's an inch or a yard, he's still offside.
Beltran. Moise Keane. Can he put them in front? But it was a wonderful chance. But the goalkeeper comes through.
Yes, Derek, we have to give credit to the keeper, but surely he should have scored there. That's a big, big chance.
Well, sadly for him, chipping it over the top.
Well, that's a waste of a good opening. That's a really poor attempt.
He has teammates around him. And a good-looking pass. Janssen. Oh, he's gone for goal! Well, hit with power and almost the right precision. Cuts it back. Oh, far too much elevation there. Toto. And defensive play to be applauded. Not a goal kick after that poor touch. Auer. Bello. Oh, could be an opportunity here. Mandragora. Can he find the right pass? Well, didn't go to plan in the end. A chance then. And so the second half gets underway. Almost a case of the two teams saying to each other, whatever you can do, I can do just as well. Passes like that, very much in his repertoire. Toto. Ranieri. Rolando Mandragora. Oh, that's a really good run. Well, he certainly caused all of that, but was never going to trouble the keeper in the end. Goal kick it is. Bendegus Bola. And the emphasis is on creativity, but it fizzles out thanks to that piece of defending. Room to roam on the wing. Mandragora. And with that, the attack fizzles out. And the counter looks on here. Options available. Really good build-up, but no end product. Moise Keane. Well, the attack peters out, and that means it's goalkeeper's ball. They've given it away. Gozens. Good-looking move. Well, a chance here, perhaps, to invigorate their aerial targets. Not away completely. Well, they can keep possession now. Moise Keane. Still level here, but the pressure escalating. Oh, good hit, close shave. Auer. And Janssen with it. Oh, good play this. Good effort here. Oh, tremendous goal! A long way out, but took it on. A memorable finish. Well, Promising pass. Well, nicely cut out. Now what can they do with the ball? Marie. It's with Robin Gosens. Getting in there to intercept. Useful looking position, you've got to say. Well, it came to nothing in the end. Well, we have 20 minutes left in this game. And a long way out. Oh, really hit with venom and off the woodwork.
Oh, that's a great shot. He just hit it with such power. I'm not sure the keeper would have got that, you know.
Auer. Oh, he's given the ball away and playing it through. Tremendous vision. Flag raised for offside. Oh, could be an opportunity here. It might be. And a goal to square the game. Into the seat stuff. Level pegging, but can they change that? Bendegus Bola. Pass and move, pass and move. Their opponents really struggling to get a look in. Matthias Seidel. Promising attack this. The supporters want to see him have a go. It took a touch off the defender, so it will be a corner. Playing it in. Still not clear. Dangerous looking attack. Puts it brilliantly. Crucial intervention just then amid impending danger. Well, capable of a better clearance than that. Well, time for calm on the ball. Well, they might be able to launch a counter-attack. Oh, what an opportunity. And still it is level. Goalkeeper comes through.
Well, I thought he would score, but the keeper has done brilliantly there. That's a big moment.
Terrific save. Excellent defending. Still pushing for a winner. And a chance to whip it in here. And drawing it back. Easy save. And that is the whistle for the end of the 90. No. building to a crescendo all week, and very shortly it will be for real. We have all the action for you live. Hello and welcome, and as ever, green is the colour you simply can't miss here at the Estadio Benito Villamarín. I'm Derek Ray in the commentary position, and I'm joined for analysis by Stuart Robson. And with the game just moments away now, this really ought to be a superb watch. It's Real Betis up against Rapid Vienna.
Thanks, Derek. Well, this should be a decent game today. Both managers will have a game plan. Both teams have a certain style of play, and both sides will want to start quickly. I'm looking forward to this.
And here's the starting 11 for Real Betis.
Well, although it's down as a 4-5-1, it's more likely to be three players in behind the main centre-forward, and those three are key to this team's creativity.
This is the lineup for the visitors today.
Well, in this shape, if their wide players stay high up the pitch and get enough of the ball, it's a very attacking lineup. But if they drop too deep, they will then leave the centre-forward isolated, and it could be difficult for them.
Marc Roca. Well, it's a textbook example of dynamic passing. He'll have a go here! Well, the keeper did his job. Didn't really have to work hard, in all honesty. Oh, nice ball. Did well to win the ball back. Well, we know Anthony can make his presence felt. What might we see from him in this game?
Well, quite simply, he's a great crosser of the ball, and that will be a major threat today. If he plays well, he'll be a big influence on this game.
Jansson, long way out, and the keeper able to hold on to it. Matthias Seidel. And there it breaks down, but credit to the defence. Gives it a go. Well, somehow the goalkeeper got to it. He's driven in the corner. Just far too close to the goalkeeper. Anthony. Anthony. And a good challenge to bring that attack to an end. Well, the defenders know they need to get tighter. Can't really allow runs like that. Well read to put an end to that attack. He has teammates around him. Takes the shot. And a goal! 1-0 it is. They've been pushing for the opener, and now they have it. Llorente. Yusuf Sabali with it. Marc Roca. Anthony. Showing a real will to win the ball. Anthony. Marc Roca moving into the advanced position. Anthony. Very effective pass. Well, that takes the wind out of their sails. Great defending. Well read to win possession back. Sabali. Llorente. Roma Perrault. Teamwork and passing in evidence. Oh, it could be. Well, on a good day, that might have gone in for the equaliser.
Yeah, I agree. That was half a chance, I would say. But they still trail here.
Janssen. Seidel. And easily intercepted. So almost at the break here, and not quite going to plan for the home side. Work to do, Stuart.
Well, it's been a tight first half so far, but they haven't quite shown enough guile in the attacking third. If, however, they can be more dynamic in the 1v1 situations, they have...
Oh, hang on, Stuart, look at this! And effectively parried away by the keeper. Belleau. Excellent use of the ball as they make their way forward. Llorente. And teammates around him. That's a lovely ball. Can he find the net? And that, a piece of goalkeeping you're going to see again and again and again. Trying to deliver it accurately. And a goal! Real excitement here, the equaliser. And there is the... So the second half gets underway. Almost a case of the two teams saying to each other, whatever you can do, I can do just as well. Janssen. Seidel. Belleau. And Betis doing well to regain possession. Bola. Can they create something from here? Seidel. Could be troublesome. Anthony. Very alert defending to cut off the supply. Romain Perrault. On the ball, Marc Roca. Looking for that final pass, looking for the goal that would put them ahead. And the goalkeeper has outdone himself with that save. Who can they pick out? Looks more than decent. Well, he's been the standout for his side so far, don't you think, Stuart?
Well, I have to say, I thought he was good. He affected the game, he made the right decisions, and he looked lively out there.
And Janssen with it. Oh, that's a super piece of defending. Sabali. Anthony. That's a good-looking ball. Anthony. Shot attempted. Oh, yes! It's gone in! And now a chance for them to revel in the moment. Matthias Seidel. Then de Goose Bola. Seidel. Bola. Well, he's lost the ball. Dion Drena Belleau. And he takes on the shot. Very much run-of-the-mill as saves go. Bendegus Bola. And very nicely positioned to win it back. Mark Roca. Pass after pass, keeping their opponents moving. Plenty of forward momentum here, but can they produce? Out of play and a Betis throw-in forthcoming. Awa. Seidel. And possibilities here. Jansson. He read the situation defensively and did his job. Could be a chance to break here. Well, that break looked so promising, but nothing coming from it. Decent position. And that puts them in position. It's gone in! Well, they're really in the mood here. Can they be stopped? Matthias Seidel. Ten minutes to go. Seidel. Well, the seconds are ticking away, and the home side in control. Stuart, what have you made of this?
Well, I think the scoreline reflects the difference between the two teams. For most of the game, they've dictated the play, and they've created some really good chances. I think it's been an excellent performance.
Nice-looking move, this. And goes for goal! The crossbar got in the way. Oh, really careless. They might be in. Unable to close down the shot.
Well, that really needed to go in, didn't it? Sums up their day, really. It's just not quite happened for them here.
Well, a game of such fine margin. Well, that's how to hit them. Not quite accurate enough, though.
Well, what a goal that would have been. Surprised he took it on, to be honest. Long way out, but oh so close.
Nicely timed tackle. Oh, could be. Oh, a goal to reduce the deficit. My goodness, that gets the pot boiling. It's not over yet. And there it is, the final whistle. Building to a crescendo all week, and very shortly it will be for real. We have all the action for you live. Welcome everyone on a perfect night for football with the floodlights beaming down. I'm Derek Ray, in position to bring you live match commentary, and my expert analyst, as always on these occasions, is Stuart Robson. And we're fully convinced this game will live up to its billing. It's Panathinaikos up against Rapid Vienna.
Well, it doesn't matter how good your players are or what formation they're playing in, you have to earn the right to play. And I'm sure that would have been reiterated by both managers in the dressing room. It promises to be a really good game here.
And this confrontation is underway. This is the lineup for the home team.
Well, it's a 4-3-3 formation with a centre-forward and two wingers. So it's important that the midfield players give support to the striker whenever the ball goes wide. They can't allow him to be isolated.
And this is the initial 11 for the visitors today.
Well, they're going to play with two wingers here, but I'm just a little bit worried that the centre-forward could become isolated. Therefore, the midfield players need to get forward as much as possible in this 4-3-3 shape.
Really get at the opposition. And a timely intervention. Oh, beating his opponent with ease. And the keeper had the measure of that one. Trying to open them up. He's blocked it. His direction was just a little bit off. A delicious piece of skill. Now sliding in field. Well, nearly shaving the crossbar with that powerful effort. And Jansson with it. Oh, that's an interesting pass. And it was straight at the keeper, but technically good goalkeeping. Tete. Well, that's how to put in a clean tackle. Plenty of support here. But a good piece of defending to bring it to an end. Magnificent challenge to win it back. Belleau. This is looking threatening. Incisive pass. And there it is! The breakthrough! That will do nicely. Zeider. Schau. Matthias Zeider. Well, he's given it away. Creative look about this. Matthias Zeider. In a decent position now. This looks promising. Jansson. Managed to get it out of there. Oh, did well to skip through. Dangerous ball. Has a go. Well, body in the way. Well, there was impending danger, but good defending. Now, options are plenty. And a fine reading of the situation. Nice switch of play. Opportunity. What a save. And there it is. An almost intuitive piece of finishing.
Well, here it is again, and I feel a bit sorry for the goalkeeper. He makes a good save to start with, but where are his defenders following in? Instead, it's the attacker who's alert. He gets to the ball first, and it's a good finish.
Auer. Matthias Seidel. Bendegus Bola. Now, let's see what they can do here. Bola. How about the cross? He might be onto something. Well, the keeper is happy the bar was there. Well, no way through in the end. Well, that's a super ball over the top. And he read it superbly. An attack full of promise. A chance perhaps. Oh, good work to deny the opportunity. Good piece of closing down. Schaub. Now winning back possession. And passing it through. And the whistle is... So the two teams have switched around and the second half is underway. Tete. Great vision to switch the play. Unahi. And they continue to advance, and a lot of options here. Crossing opportunity. Just the clearance that was called for. Bendegus Bola. We saw the situation developing. Oh, could be an opportunity here. And to reduce the deficit. Brilliant save. Good looking move. Well, that's a foul, and it sets up a free kick in a dangerous position. Not the worst free kick in the world, but the goalkeeper equal to it. Unahi. Really good challenge. That's a good ball. Good effort here! Oh, fine stop. Can someone get on the end of this? Real need to get rid of it. Outdoing his opponent. Well, they might be able to launch a counter-attack. Can they keep it going? And the goalkeeper has outdone himself with that save. And over comes the corner. Goalkeeper's ball, it was always going to be that way. Nemanja Maksimovic. Well, closed down straight away. Intercepted effortlessly. Well, doesn't have to do it on his own. Oh, good looking run. Chance to reduce the arrears. A goal! And it's very much game Well, it did look promising, but no threat in the end. Tete. Promising pass. Well, passing moves like this will keep confidence levels up. Could be. Keeper getting the touch. Really committed defending. And Jansson with it. Plenty of support here. Seidel. Jansson. Nicely timed tackle. This looks interesting. Azzedine Ounahi. Oh, what an opportunity. Tremendous block. Well, it's all going so swimmingly for them here. Another goal. And now it's a matter of avoiding any silly mistakes. Bola. Matthias Seidel. Dion Drena Bello. Bola. Jansson. Auer. Dion Drena Bello. Possession one. Good idea. Not really the high percentage option to try your luck from there.
Well, his teammates aren't particularly happy. He was never going to score from there.
Promising looking ball. Offside the decision. Tete. And that's an important intervention. Nemanja Maksimovic. Oh, good strike! And blocked. Oh, fine play, and maybe it'll set something up. Emphasis on the clearance, a good one. Well, that's eye-catching wide play. Asking a lot of any player, quite honestly, to score from that position.
Well, I don't need to say too much about that, do I, Derek?
Well, just 1 minute of time added on for stoppages here. And there goes the final win. building to a crescendo all week, and very shortly it will be for real. We have all the action for you live. Hello everyone and welcome to Florence, a city that attracts so many visitors on an annual basis. Of course, there are many who come here for the football. I'm Derek Ray, and adjacent to me in the commentary box is Stuart Robson. And the general feeling is we should be in for a spellbinding occasion. It's Fiorentina up against Rapid Vienna.
Well, the atmosphere is building nicely here, and we've got two teams who like to play good football. Let's hope we get a good game here. It should be.
And a look at the lineup for Fiorentina.
Well, they're going to play with a front two, which means they have to link up with each other as much as possible. If they do that well, they'll certainly pose a threat. It looks like a 5-3-2, really.
Auer. Seidel. Well, it's one pass after another. Struggling to keep the ball. Moise Keane. An effective ball. Well, nothing comes of it. Referee indicates goal kick. Louis Schaub. It's looking promising. And the keeper there to deal with it. Can someone get on the end of this? And knocked out of there. Gozens. And a significant block following that cross. Seidel. And a strong tackle. Rolando Mandragora. It's with Robin Gozens. And he read it well, intercepting it. And space for them here on the flank. Oh, how about that for the last line of defence? Gozens. And Keane. And space to cross it. Nice looking move, this. Shaping to shoot. The save was a good one. Trying to pick out a teammate. Well, beaten easily here. There to win it back. It was a menacing attack, but tidied up. Rolando Mandragora. Teammates to play it to. And quick thinking defensively. Well, a decent effort, but not quite on the target. Bellio. Well read to ease the pressure. Mandragora. Dodo. Long way out. Well, it ended up being easier for the goalkeeper in the end. Dangerous looking attack. And a confident clearance. Bellio.
Well, as you can see, Fiorentina have controlled the possession in the last 15 minutes and looked a real threat going forward. But they must take one of these chances while they're having this good period that you do sense it's coming.
Great effort to keep that one in play. He'll try his luck here. Oh, the crossbar is still reverberating. Well, they can keep possession now.
Well, they so nearly took the lead there. They just have to keep creating these opportunities, and I'm sure the goal will come.
Chance. And the keeper getting across to stop it. Who can they pick out? Well, nothing comes of it. And possibilities here. Has eyes for goal. Well, the keeper is happy the bar was there. Will this corner bear fruit for them? Not the best clearance. It was an attack of promise, but they couldn't take advantage of the situation. Well, couldn't keep it. But he's certainly not alone. And defensive play to be applauded. Matthias Seidel. Has eyes for goal. Oh, that is a goal from long range. He won't sit. Well, as they get the ball rolling again, interesting to see how the second half pans out. Ambitious effort. And the degree of difficulty wasn't all that high in terms of the save. Bola. And Schaub on the ball. And Fiorentina with the ball again. And can they be creative from here? And blocked there. And Jansson with it. Excellent use of the ball as they make their way forward. Well, possibilities in the centre. And does well to keep it in play. And he stopped them in their tracks. One goal down, but now a corner kick.
Well, the crowd are doing their bit. Can they find the equaliser here?
Any goalkeeper would accept corner kick deliveries like that every day. And they do like to press whenever they can. Well, he's been the standout for his side so far, don't you think, Stuart?
A big moment here, Derek.
Oh, football finish at its very best. You can't argue with that finish. Cataldi. Mandragora. Marie. Todo. Rolando Mandragora. Pablo Marie. Mandragora. Ranieri. So half an hour remaining. Oh, he'll take it on. Well, the shot looked promising, but the keeper had the measure of it. Jansson. Bendegus Bola. Showing good defensive judgment. Well, doesn't have to do it on his own. Moise Keane. Well, it could be on for him here. A goal! Just what they needed. Still plenty of life in this match. Matthias Seidel. Bendegus Bola. Good use of the ball. And Fiorentina have it back now. Bendegus Bola. Jansson. Bola. Fruitful looking attack. Oh, he could have added to their advantage.
Well, it was a decent effort, but they're still looking for the buffer here.
Rolando Mandragora. Trying to open them up. Oh, that surely had to go in, but marvellous defending. And behind it's gone for a corner. Well, still an issue here. Beltran. Takes the shot. That is how to keep it out of the net. Quarter of an hour remaining here. Determined defending. Beltran. Defending really well. He'll have a go here. Oh, really good reflexes and danger averted. Corner kick awarded. And let's see if this will help them add to their lead. Goalkeeper's ball. It was always going to be that way. Dodo. Regained possession. And they'll get ready for the throw-in. Well, approaching full time, and this is wearing the look of mission impossible for the home side, Stuart.
Well, it's been close, but I'm not sure they deserve anything from this game. They've just not created enough clear-cut chances. There's still time, though. They just need to get the ball into the danger area.
Well, it takes confidence to try your luck from that sort of distance.
Well, I have to say, that was a really good effort. He struck it so cleanly.
Well, there's still scope for late drama here. 5 minutes left, and just one goal between the sides. Can they trouble the opposition this time? Well, there's an example of how to press high up.
Well, I'm not sure they deserve anything from this game, but there's still time to find that equaliser. And you have to say the crowd have been brilliant. They're still driving the team on.
And the shot. A smart stop here. Well, this might be their final opportunity to draw level. No-nonsense piece of defending. Being egged on by the crowd. Just can't get it past him. And the electronic board showing 1 additional minute. Well, they had a decent reading of that ball in. And so the referee blows for...